jerk. Oh yeah, I left my hearing my stuff off on. Give me a second, let me fix that. I just want to make sure like anything else wasn't being picked up. I don't think you guys can. But anyways, I'll be back. Gotcha. I just hope I'm mixed right. Check. Let's see. Check. One, two, three. Like, I gotta figure out a good thing to do with this mic. That's kind of my issue so far, is figuring out where the hell to put this damn mic. Okay, so far it just gets in the way. I think maybe over here. Boom. What up? I guess we could try to like move the camera maybe towards me a little bit more. Let's see what gameplay looks like. Do I have even more room? Okay, actually, yeah. This works just fine. But yeah, I moved. I finally got all my shit out and got myself into a new place. Let's see. Let's put the light. Probably not going to see it. You can see it a little bit, and probably more as the night goes on. Hey Jack, welcome back. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Oh. Studio. No, you haven't left yet, I feel. I'm still just trying to figure out a couple little things. Like my audio wave. Can't remember where I put it.
Nephos.
Let's see. I think I want to use that overlay, but I'm just, there's something I want to like change in it, but I can't find it at the moment. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go along. But yeah, I hope you've been well, Jack. I hope all has been well on your end. It's I've just been I'm still just trying to get everything like cleaned up and situated in my place. I still got a ways to go. Not too much, but still got a little ways to go. Let's see. God, should get everything set up for Pokemon. And please let me know how the audio sounds. I'm super curious. Oh, I got a couple of things going on. Oh, wait. I see. That's all I needed to do. Alright. We got that, at least. Go ahead and get Retro Arch going. I was like thinking about hanging it, but man, like hanging it like so low for streaming purposes is gonna be so weird. But we may. Get that going. Sweet. Okay. Alright, let's see. Get our controller set up. Oh man, this got tangled in like so much shit. So you fix that. And this is too big for 1 year? No, just switch it up. The other one's still in. Alrighty. Let's give this a shot. I guess first of all, like, god damn, I just want to make sure, like, I'm pretty sure my audio is fine. Check. Yeah, I'm being read. Check. I'm just not sure. Let me just turn myself on, just monitor myself one more time. Check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah. And then finally, let me get the air. No, see me. Come on over here. Both my cats were just like sitting at the edge of my bed, or not bed, but like door, peeking in. It's like, come on, get in here, get in here, you nerds. All right, yeah, a lot less noise. Okay. All right. I think we're gonna be ready. Season 3. Maybe I'll expand my. Maybe you'll get a domain expansion. Valid. And welcome, Shark. Yeah. Talk about. Yeah. Speaking of things coming to an end, I guess. Sammy. Can you guys see Sammy? No. So, Sammy. Over here. You can barely make her out. But Shark, I hope you're doing well. I hope all is good. Oh, this week? Hell yeah. Shark FaceTime. Another hit. Alright, cool. I've been enjoying this mint sherbolato. Or sherbolato mints, but I want my lab. I want my indica. Alright. I knew this was gonna happen sooner or later. Oh, finally get back in the workout routine. Ugh.
Team Rocket rule! You will serve me.
Fuck you. You will serve me. You will serve me. Welcome, Vile. Hey, hey, hey. Yes, season 3, I guess. I don't know what season I'm on.
Nephos.
Oh no. Oh wait, I get the old Yeller ending? I get the old Yeller ending? You know, at least I go out with a bang. Jack has to put me down with the gun that Rue made. That's really how it ends. Jack pulls the gun up. Sorry, NDK. You've gone too far. And then you just hear, tears don't fall, they crash around me. My conscience falls, or calls the guilty to come home. Sharp with the first. Also, how's the sound effects? Like, did you actually hear Team Rocket rules? Or Team Rocket roll? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They feel appropriate. They feel very appropriate for the channel. I thought there was one of Giovanni saying bow down, but I guess that's just in my dreams. But yeah, thank you all for coming back in. I know it's been a minute. Apologies, but I had to get my life together real quick. Now here we are, back to playing more Pokemon. I will say today is going to be the last day of Pokemon, because if whatever happens tonight, it doesn't matter, because tomorrow we are starting Spook Month. All right, we're going to start Spook Month tomorrow. So, I've been saving this game from y'all for a minute. I guess it'll be a month I can't join. Yeah, too squirry. Yeah, this is a rated M game, Shark, so I'm not sure if your mom will let you play it. It's called Signalis. And yeah, we'll start a playthrough of this tomorrow. And then I got a bunch of other spooky games that we'll go through as well in the wings. Some actually spooky. Others, more of an oddity or novelty. Zuzi. Oh, the camera's pretty zoomed in on me. Pretty sure it's, well, it's not zoomed out too much. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited to sing Alice and just play a bunch of spooky games this month. And Signalis is like the only, it's not, it's like, it's just one of many we're going to get into. Boop, 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 boop. All right. All right, next camera. Such you move it over here, and I got update stream. Shit, there's. Let me change the game we're on. Also, how do you guys think of the new angle? Too much? Should I try to lower it? Should I? I'm open to suggestions. We want cat angle. Is this cat angle or is it not cat angle? I'm not sure. I mean, you guys are like looking down at me like a cat, so I'm assuming this is cat angle. Dedicated, no games, just cat. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, I forgot my filter. I'm sorry. Let me put the Game Boy Light filter. Totally forgot about that. I forgot what I was playing last. Honestly, during the move, all I did was just play Pokemon Pinball. like everything I did was just, well, I guess, you know, I gotta, you know, all this stuff is put up. I'll just play Pokemon Pinball. Oh. Review filter. We could watch Father Time progressively come for your hairline over the next few years. Yeah, I know, right? Just a timetable of just like it comes for us all. And I know my hair's definitely a contender. There we go. Alright. We haven't done this. Man, I just haven't even streamed in a while. What was it? Oh, I was just training up some mons. In my free time. Some good news I discovered is that they actually evolve earlier than their gen like counterparts, or like their Gen 5 like official forms. So training up, we don't have to train everyone up to like 52 or whatever. No, I saved that for stream. What do you think, Shark? I saved the good things for stream, like that. We gotta capture him on stream, and that's the only choice. I should honestly just kill the music for a while. Or, let's see. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, I totally forgot that, like, this is gonna be a bit. Get him by the time I get back, I'll give a sub. Oh boy. Let's see. See if we can complete Shark's challenge. And then we're going to put on Nephos music. Let's just save. Yeah. So we know a couple things. A, the Pokemon's in this area. So it shouldn't be too bad. It's just gonna be a matter of just... Oh yeah, that's right. Shark was... That's right, we had the... Oh yeah, I gotta hold the turbo button. That's right, there was like a whole like cycle of like cheesing out this area. Yeah, this. But speaking of weird stuff, I found out today that I got 2 hours cut for my... Well, not just me, but the store essentially has 2 less hours of operation time on Sunday, so I gotta like come in earlier on like a couple other days to make up some that time. So that's a little concerning. With the move over, like though, like I'm going to get back into finishing up my courses. I just took a break just so make sure I have the money and resources ready for the move. But yeah, we're going to get back and working on that. Get that going. And I need to take that hit. Thank you, Shark. All right.
Team Rocket rule!
Yeah! I got you, Belle. Finally got you the alert, the little redeem you wanted. Good seeing you. I got that, and then the other one. And there's still a couple of rewards I need to get on there. Like, I meant to put on a crown reward, but I just didn't take a good picture of the crown.
You will serve me.
Yeah! There we go. Crunchy. N64 crunchy. I just like that there was someone who took the time to rip like all the sound effects from that game and individually upload them into, well, not like character, like upload them as like a character video on YouTube. A pop and lock. Something. Just go. I gotta get my rhythm, my flow, my inner flow going. Oh, god damn it. I don't need to catch these damn Pokemon. I'm already liking the lights in my setup, or at least having like the mood lights in the camera and stuff. I know one thing I definitely need to do is work on the echo. More of my sound panels against walls. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, I hope you're all right, Shark. Not to dox ya. I hope you're all right down there. I know your area got hit pretty hard. I know Rue is without power currently. I know she's doing all right. And the last I talked to her, she just got her shit charged. I'm also curious as just like what gets picked up on my mic now. Like, I've turned down, like, the mic sensitivity. Oh, man. No, that sucks. I know a lot of our rural area got hit bad, too. And that's very unfortunate. I mean, a lot of, like, areas that... I mean, rural areas are the ones that tend to get hurt the worst and don't get fixed on... Like, they get fixed the last. Like, I imagine that's just not our own state. I imagine that's everywhere. Kind of does that. And it sucks because they definitely need it the most. Like, people can't afford to lose their groceries, power, houses. Oh God. No one is prepared for the increase in frequencies of storms in rural communities. Yeah, no one. And everyone's still pretending it's not going to happen again. Even though it's going to happen more and more often now. Like, and that's just the reality. Let's see. I do need to try to keep this setup. I do just like looking forward and just having the stream right there also with me. Or the Twitch, chat stream right there. Oh no, you're good. You're good. We were just vibing and like, no, it's just a very unfortunate, situation of, man, it just keeps, it's going to happen, it's going to keep happening, and we should be taking, precautions and things like that, much more sooner, than a week or so. I keep tossing. Let's see, go here, go here. Use Shark's little trick. I'm happy to report in Pokemon Pinball, I only have to catch 10 more Pokemon. Actually, like, ended a run, like, mid-game. So I could do some chores real quick. Well, grab a power strip for stream. Yeah, I'm super close to finishing all those games achievements out. Which, depending on how it goes, like, what will probably happen is I'm probably going to complete the Pokédex on there, but I'll probably have like a challenge or two that I still need to finish. So I may end up just doing the challenge stuff on stream if if we get to November. Should've also, wasn't that? Where's my reset? H? Yeah. So yeah. If by November I still have a big Pokemon Pinball, I'll probably stream out my attempts of... I'm assuming I'm just going to take a wild guesses. I'm going to have a trouble with the stupid seal thing, where the challenge is to get hit the seal Pokemon 6 times in a row in the mini game, which is a lot harder than it sounds because there's a little bit of RNG. I mean, there's a couple of things of RNG. What else? And like the timing gets shorter after each hit, so you need to get like a times 256, which is a multiple of 8. So yeah, and that'll be probably like another challenge. Yeah, like if I don't get that challenge, I'll probably stream those attempts and hopefully get the achievement sooner or later. That'd be fun to finally get that game knocked out as well. It's just gonna be like having nice to just have that achievement on my page of getting all those achievements. Come on. I was actually curious, like, will I get this first or that? And I don't know, I guess it just depends on streaming now. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll have enough content for October without Pokemon. I just gotta figure out I still haven't figured out exactly my order. Because I think Signalis is going to be like a 2-stream, 3-stream at most game. And then what? I got like a couple others that I know some of them are gonna be like a 1 week. Thank you, homie. 19 months. Holy. What? And I don't have the TTS. I need to change that. But thank you so much. Glad to see you in my new space. Feels nice. Feels cozy. Actually feels like an apartment. Jesus Christ, I'm awake. Was that a little too loud? I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down. But I hope all is well with you. We just been trying to get this 1% Buffalant here in the Safari Zone. And then, you know, probably a 6% chance of catching it without throwing anything at it. Probably a 6% chance of it like running away. Or no, what am I saying? A 94% chance of running away using any other method too, so it's not the greatest odds right now. Aw, much appreciated. I always thank you so much. Thank you for the support and thank you for the lurks. Thank you to everyone lurking, everyone vibing. Much appreciated. I'm so thankful and I'm so blessed to have people even just wanting to chill after me being gone for 2 weeks. It's always a little like worry I have, but thank you all so much. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see. But yeah, if anything, I just need to finalize like what game I'm going to do when on the October stream or October streams. But I'm excited. One of them's going to be like a history lesson, I guess. Lurking, liking, licking. You know, all the L's. All the L's. Let's see. Come on now. Where's our Pokemon? Where's our Buffaloot? Also added new music into the playlist, so I gotta just like watch my VOD afterwards and see if there's anything I need to take out. I hope not. Everything should be okay, but just never know with Twitch. And that's also another thing I hate. Like, we're in the age of like people just putting in copyright strikes and you're not sure if it's from the right person or not, or some asshole who just did a cover of it. Because I swear there's people like copywriting some of the Doki Doki music. And it's like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm pretty sure you are not Century Forge or whoever else could be working on it. You know, representing the team or in the game and whatnot. Oh, chat, we got it. Spoofaloop time. All right. Okay. All right. Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. All right. No. No! Oh. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much? Oh, man. I wonder what is my probability, like, after it runs, like what is the probability of it, like, running away or staying after a, action. I guess it probably depends on the action I took. Back, forth. All right, come on. But yeah, no, let's see. I'm trying to think. After October, I don't know, we'll just be going back into video games, some more video games. I mean, obviously more video games, but more retro achievement stuff. That's what I needed to do. Damn it, that's what I forgot. So I've been trying to figure out a new system to let you all suggest games. Retro games, like retro games for me to master. So, like, for example, STV 101 wants me to play Final Fantasy Legends, a Game Boy game. And that's so I've been trying to figure out a system. The thing is, I don't want to do a wheel, right? Like, everyone does a wheel. Okay, I just need to change these. These are way too big. Half hour in, they're hurting me. Give me a second. I just, like, as much as I I wonder if there's like a virtual or virtual plinko. I wonder if there's a virtual plinko board. And we can even make it like, I don't know, like multiple you can do multiple drops. Oh shit, no, oh no. The little grill in my headphones or earbuds popped. Not the little grill. How you gonna smile for me, baby? I wanna see you grill. Yo, 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 yo. Hey, Jack. Welcome. Back. Just trying to get my headphones back in. Okay. But yeah, I wonder if there's like a virtual Plinko board. Like, I just want something that's just not a wheel. Critically Paul. I'm back. I'm back in a new setup. Back in a new apartment. It feels good. Yeah, like, I still gotta work on it, but I don't know. I guess we could put this like right here. Oh, that's so low, so silly. Ugh. Does my new apartment have a bidet? No, sadly it does not. You got me, Jack. You have proven my apartment is still trash. I guess I could invest in a bidet. I don't know. We'll see. Critically Puff. I hope you is well as well. I have a bidet. You install in every apartment. Man, that bidet.
Nephos.
Yeah, I was gonna say that bidet has seen so many asses. the send me a bidet fundraiser fund. This is the subadon for a bidet to wash my butthole and to do sick Pokemon tricks. No, I'm the only one who uses it. Oh, I see. It's a secret bidet. It's like a private bidet. You keep it out of sight and out of mind. So far, we only ran into Buffalant once. And yeah, we are continuing off where Hellas left off. Which is chasing this damn buffalo. You're right. Twitch has stated in the TOS, you can go look this up right now. You know, I bet you never looked at the TOS. It'll say, no dirty buttholes on Twitch. It has to be cleaned and bleached. Which is, I think, very classist, because not everyone can afford a bleaching. Like, how do they know? Bleached? Fuck that. Jack, you just don't know. Jack, Jack, you'll learn one day. I don't even bleach my hair. You'll know one day, Jack. But yeah, if you're... Oh, you got an apartment too? Or appointment. Oh, appointment for your bleach butthole. Yeah, you know. It's in your affiliate contract, Jack. Look, if you just go read it, Twitch person tells everyone to go bleach your butthole before every stream. I should probably lay back like this. There we go. Shouldn't be like so focused in. yes, but you have to send them the receipt. You know, it's like a reimbursement. It's what they call a reimbursement check. It's in the affiliate contract. It required with confirmation to be a partner. It's they'll send Twitch himself to check. Yeah, they used to send Dr. Disrespect, but we all saw how that turned out. Boom, boom. Shoo. If I do it myself, well, I mean, you just have to live stream it. A private live stream on Discord with Twitch himself. Mr. Twitch. Come on. I want my buffalo. I need my buffalo. I'm trying to think of what else I've done today. Ooh, shark with the bull hit as soon as I get it. Let's go. You just, I'm not to be like, oh, you just seen it, but yeah, that was the meta, like, what, 3 months ago? She was just streaming the game on her ass, and it's just like, yeah, I get shit on. Get shit on Twitch. It's gameplay. Wait, what? There. She was a pirate. I know. She was playing by their rules, and then the rules changed. That's what I say. By the way, you should go give Critically Puff a follow if you haven't already. Cool dude who streams variety games like Lethal Company. You'll catch some Donkey Kong, you'll catch some Dynamite Eddie. Dynamite Eddie's a good game, and I wish more people just, I wish all of Treasure was like appreciated more in the West. I was watching a clip streamer want to picture as they suffer children. That's not what Dr. Disrespect. Whoever said that, Jack, they are really downplaying what Dr. Disrespect did. Whew. Yeah, like, it was not just Texa Minor. It was, I'm pretty sure it was like more egregious. It's necessary. My friend sent me screenshots of an anime that explicitly mentioned Dynamite Heady and showed the fucking manual. God damn. Yeah, that is like, what? It was the other stream you were saying, like, I could count the number of like Dynamite Eddie merch on my hand, on my single hand. You know, it's like a very, Not not celebrated franchise in a Sega's history. No, for sure. I see. I even heard about that. Banned. Banned. Just get that ban hammer ready. So Crinkly Puff. I've been trying to figure out a way so people can get me playing retro games to master in November. So I'm going to get a way for people to recommend me old games to play. Like but I just gotta figure out. I kind of want to see if there's a virtual Plinko or some other like game to draw from. Fate. Like the PS2 series? Fate Stay Night. Oh, not the anime. But no, I'm trying to just get a good way of like people recommending me games that's just not a wheel. That's my only thing. I'm like everyone does a wheel. I want to know if I could figure out Plinko. Maybe I'll just do a live Plinko myself. But yeah, no, like because people have been recommending me games and I love recommendations, but I just have no good way of like picking out games at the moment besides my own whim. So I want kind of like a more involved and like gamified way of picking. Oh boy. So wait, one of Jack's first games is like a hentai game? Or based off a hentai? Is that what I'm understanding right now? Okay. I was like, damn, Jack. How did you end up there as your first game? Right,
you will serve me. Team Rocket rule.
Shark's going to make me immediately impose a number of uses. I do want them to be free, or like want them to be, you know, cheap and like available. And I think there's could be plenty of good times for those two sounds. But boy. Let's see. Anti-game, bro. Anti-games are so anti-gamer. I swear. It's like, ugh. Come on. If it's a platform or something, you have to purposely lose to get the sex scenes. Yeah, like, come on. Like, what's the reward? I don't understand. True. What would be... That's another thing. I need to think of a community goal. I need to write more stuff down. Wait, not yet. You don't... Wait, you don't want me playing the sex games on stream, Jack? Because you don't enjoy sex games? I'm trying to like put this together. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about right now. I'm trying to make sure. Maybe that's a crack a goal. Donate for me to play the sex game. So, oh, okay, you don't enjoy sex games, so don't play them while you're here. Okay, that's fair. You know, Shark doesn't like scary games. Rue doesn't like happy games. Community goes catching a Buffalant. And then, yeah, trading it to me. Somehow trading it from ROM hack to ROM hack. We're only Pokemon and RPG Maker. Exactly, yeah. Rue only likes those two things. And RPG Maker, it's a weird relationship. Oh, come on now. Ah. Buffalant. You know, it's like Beetlejuice. You have to say it 3 times. That's like 80%? No. I mean, you know, that means there's a bunch of 20... I mean, there's a bunch of games that aren't happy, you know? I bet Rue is a big fan of Postal. You know? So... Oh, I feel bad because she's not here right now. I know her area got hit pretty bad in the storm, but I also know she's doing fine. Like, she has a pretty good community and set of friends down there helping her out. Let's see. But yeah, for all those who are just vibing again, tomorrow we're going to start Spooky Month, and we're going to start Signalis as our first game. So I'm excited for that. That's going to be a fun time. I hope I get scared. I probably will. What other? I'm willing to keep the other games a secret. I'm excited. I mean, one of them's a pretty old game. A couple of them came out at least in the last 5 years. I mean, that old game is Infamous, so there's your hints if you're wondering what other spooky game I got stored for October. I got an Infamous old game. Infamous and ridiculous. And that's gonna be an interesting one to actually like try to finish. I think that's going to be the weird challenge I'm going to set myself on that one, is try to finish that particular one. But we'll see. Come on, Bouffalant. Bouffalant. Where's my Bouffalant? Buffa. Or Buffaland. Mabufa, Mabufa, Bufa, Bufa land. And while I'm thinking about it, give Shark a follow. Shark's playing Kingdom Hearts. Right now in Kingdom Hearts 2 via the best way possible. And that's through the Nintendo Cloud. So, if that sounds interesting to you, definitely give Shark a follow. Oop. Gives great running of voice. Yeah, Shark's no less playing on the hardest difficulty while playing on the cloud. So it is fun just watch Shark like be very good and super knowledgeable, but also like having to deal with some of the limitations of the fucking cloud, even though like you'll see that like Shark has a pretty solid connection for most of the stream, but something on the server side just seems to be bumping up here and there. Also, y'all like, ooh, well, shit. Yeah, that's the ultimate goal. Shark's goal. Shark hasn't played the 3 DLC, so watch Shark go against Yozora. Oh God. Do you guys just want to talk about Kingdom Hearts 4 like guesses? Like, who wants to bet Yozora's 2 people combined into 1? And it's like somehow related to like Sora still.
Nephos.
The only reason I'm saying that is like if Organization 13 was the X's, I could see Y and Z and Yozora being like playing into that fucking naming convention again. Like, am I crazy? Like, I think that's a good guess. Zora is Alt Sora. Is a leader of a K-pop band from what I'm hearing. Maybe, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. Or a 13 V13 dance off. Okay, here's a weird question. Do you think this is Nomura's leftover ideas of verses or 13 verses that we're starting to see also? Like, or 13 verses. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. And in case you need a little reminder, Final Fantasy 15 was originally Final Fantasy 13 verses and kind of had a different tone, like less of a, I don't know, there was no hint that it was going to be like a traveling like 4 group, I don't know, quest thing. And like seeing all the things in like in Yozora and what is it? The little anime prologue of the Toy Story thing all reminds me of the 13 versus aesthetics. and like ideas. Like I feel like Final Fantasy 15 originally had more cars in it. Like I bet. Oh my god, just saying that out loud makes so much more sense of that game. Probably was designed to trying to have traffic at some point, but probably could just realize it was like tanking everything. I think it could be neat if they did tie in Versus 13. Izora is baked to Proto Noctis. Yeah, and that's like exactly like. That's, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, it's basically Proto Noctis. Oh man, we're getting this good. And I still kind of wish we got that 13 or 15, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how it would have tied into the 13 universe. Fuck me. I don't know. I still can't tell you how Type 0 ties into 13 besides something about the Crystal Alice. And two of the was it 17 characters in Type 0 like being a story of importance, or 13. I don't know. I know they based the cast cutting off that one. No, they didn't. I don't know. I need to go look that up, see if they were inspired by that one anime with like a bunch of like robots or androids that all had like different powers. Yet the story kind of focused on like one or two. But yeah, I don't know. If 4 somehow just becomes like all of Nomore's like ideas that just did not get, you know, developed on in the decade, making all these other stuff, you know, whether it be, you know, other people getting involved and saying that's too much, or okay, maybe this is a dumb idea, we should just make this 15. Honestly, I really want to play 16, but I just don't have any way of doing it at the moment. I would like to just like go into a more, I don't know, I don't even want to say like older story, because it's not really older. Or I mean, I guess like I don't know, I'd like to go, I guess, back into that setting. Less of the future cyberpunk stuff that we get in like 13, 15, 7, 8, 12, 6, and more of the like start from a village and kind of work our way into like kingdoms and airships and things like that. Oh, Jack, I've heard that's been the common complaint lately. Like not just in Canada, but in the US too. Sorry, I'm trying to like move my mic so I can move closer and lay back. You want high fantasy, but I wouldn't mind another steampunkish one. Yeah, no, like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I need to play 16. 16's the high fantasy. So I should, like, I just need to play that one when I get a chance. Yeah, I wouldn't mind another Cyberpunk one now. Like, who knows what 17's going to look like. I guess that's going to be the next weird thing, right? It's just going to see, like, where they go with those guys. Or what? Do they... I don't know how 16 ends, or if 16 has, like, a named protagonist. Hell, who knows? Maybe we get a Strangers of Paradise 2. I would be down for that. Chaos. Chaos? Chaos. Chaos. Chaos, you say? What's another dumb game they could bring back? I don't know. Like, they're not. And it seems like they've been doing pretty. I don't know how well their smaller games have been, but I wouldn't mind seeing another batch of those. I guess. What Endless Dungeon Encounters was fun. Or Endless Dungeon, I can't remember what its name. I think I named 2 different games there. Trying to think of who else or what else. I guess that right now they're focusing on the Dragon Quest games, right? Just getting the HD remasters of those out, which I told my friend earlier today, I was like, I need to stop buying games. Like, I need to stop buying, like, physical games and just games in general. But, like, I mean, physical games, like, if I'm going to buy games, I'm going to have to buy them physical. Like, just because I don't trust any company at this point of keeping their games up forever or even for any amount of time. It's like, yeah. Sucks. This is where we're at, but I'd rather, like, I'm probably going to end up buying, like, the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Well, both the collections coming out. God damn it. And then there's Dragon Quest 3, which wouldn't be a bad game to play. I'll look into, but I know. But then again, I still have to finish fucking Live Alive, which I'm still at the very end of that game. Probably just have another like 2 or 3 hours, and it would be done with it. But yeah, I need to get like a virtual Plinko board. Yeah, I know. I've beaten plenty of like 60-hour RPGs in like other games. I know. I just it just fell to the wayside. I don't know. Like, it seemed fun, and like for a moment I felt like I was going to speedrun it. I was like, I'm kind of really enjoying this. But I don't know. Just kind of fell off. It's mostly just because, like, I think I have to grind up my party to get to a certain point. Oh, come on now. Kind of. I mean, I'll probably get back to it one day. Like I will Shin Megami Tensei 3, I guess. God, I got 3 and 5 Vengeance to finish. Like I'm pretty sure either 1/3 of the way through 3 and like 1/4 of the way through 5 Vengeance. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Back and forth and back and forth. I've just been obsessed with just Pokemon Pinball and getting those damn achievements, honestly. Or just like things that just allows me to just lay in my bed. Like, and the Switch just... I don't know. Like, I like my Switch, but it's... I don't know. There's just certain games I want to play, and they're just not on there. So, Pokemon Pinball, I've been itching and play for months. And I just got sick of waiting for Nintendo to drop it whenever they just feel like jerking off on it. Ah. Come on. Come on. Up, down, right, left, up, down, left. God damn it. Ah. Gotta get this Bouffalant. Any moment now, any moment now, any moment now. Let's see. You know, we just gotta be the Bouffalant. And once we are the Bouffalant, the other Bouffalant will come. And then we will match horns. By matching horns, I mean I'm going to throw Pokeballs at it. I'm just happy that we know for a fact it's here. So we don't have to waste steps going anywhere else.
Nephos.
We just gotta get that percentage on our side. Come on. Any moment now. Bouffalant, 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 Bouffalant. Down. Nope. Come on. Why must you do this to me, game? I could have a Bouffalant. And you can have the satisfaction of me finishing this Pokédex. Need my Buffalant in my veins. Need some of that sweet, sweet Buffalant. Just right in there. My character needs Buffalant. Start with all-in-one workout. Alrighty, we'll do after this. We'll run the Safari clock. I will say, like, I was sore last week from all the fucking moving. So, working out definitely helped me out, like, having the strength to do all that. Because I was wore the fuck out. I can't imagine if I wasn't, like, at least somewhat, like, prepared, I guess. Come on. Also, I think this is the first time in the stream's history I'm using a fucking wired connection. So that's a first. And first time in the stream's history, we're finally using a wired connection like it's recommended. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now I just need to get like a bar, or like a workout bar, or even just some weights, just to just hold while I squat. Add some curls to my routine as well. Let's see, come on now. Buffalant, where are you? I need my Buffalant. I need some Buffalant. Nah, sweet, sweet Buffalant. The Buffalant drug. Give it to my veins. Give it to my veins. I need my Buffalant drug. Throw it in my veins. Throw it in my veins. I need my Buffalant drug. Kick me out the van. Kick me out the van. I need my Buffalant drug. Come on, come on. Why will you do that? Why do you do this to me, game? Why you like to torture me like this? Just need a single Buffalant. Funny enough, this would be the Pokemon we fucking use our Master Ball on. Like, if I could, I would totally just fucking throw the Master Ball at this, but here we are. Buffalant, Buffalant, Buffalant. I need my Buffalant, Buffalant drug. You know, this is why we can't achieve anything in the world, because Buffalant won't show his fucking face around here. The coward. Where's my Buffalant? Buffalant. Come on. Buffalant? Where's my Buffalant? Need my little sweet Buffalant drug. The Buffalant drug in you was me. Give it to me. You're my perfect drug. Perfect drug. It's murdering me. Slowly but surely, but 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 slowly but surely. It's killing me. Buffalant, 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 Buffalant. Come on. Oh. Okay. All right. Take a quick break. Do Sharks Redeem. And we'll be back with more Buffalant catching in a minute. I should probably get out my shoes. So, BRB. I'm back. Thank you for vibing. Bah. All right. Keep our ass going. Carablast. More Caralast. Man. Got him. I'm so witty. Oh. Now we're just gonna get Carablast. That's my curse. Third one. Oh, 4 in a row. At least it broke the Carablast. Dun, dun, dun. Left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right. Come on, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Loot, Buffalo Munt, Buffalo Glute, Buffalo Boot, Buffalo Coot, Buffalo Loot, Buffalo Mute, Buffalo Shoot, Juicy. Let me show you, since Shark demanded Zeus Cam, I can actually. Give me a second. Oh, never mind, he left. I was going to zoom out, but he already jumped off the chair. It's like, nah. Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land. Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land, Buffalo Land. If I just keep seeing Buffalo Land a billion times, it will appear. You know, that 1% will become a thing.
Nephos.
We've ran into it twice so far in stream, and we've only had like a total of like 3 turns to capture it. Maybe 4. I think we had 3 turns the first time and then 1 turn the second time before it ran away. Come on now. Come on now. We need the Bouffalant. Come on. Oh, it's killing me. Up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down. Whew. We gotta get this Bouffalant, or we will get this Bouffalant. This Bouffalant will be ours. It will be in the Pokédex. We'll never have to think about it ever again. The crappy thing is, I guess not too crappy, but I don't know how the Tauros encounter rate is. But I have to like do that and like a bunch of other catches in one session for the blue mastery. Which I'm just doing that here and there in my spare time. I'm not sure if unless someone wants me to do it on stream. We'll see. If someone ends up using that as their Plinko choice, fair enough. Imagine doing this for a 31 IV buffalo. You know, the things we do for love, Shark, right? You know, the crazy things we do for love. And thank you. This crazy little thing called love. Do 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 do.
Nephos.
There, I get to now blow big clouds at the camera for y'all. Come on. Come on. Where are you? Where are you? You stupid buffalo. Alright, come on. We don't need you. Emogloga. Elmogo. Muga. Like, trying to lightly tap. Funny enough, this is so much easier to do on my PS5 controller than it is to do on my, like, 8-bit Pro controller. It'd be also cool just to get this game on my achievement list because it'll be my first hack finished. I think I'd finish a game in each category, technically. Damn. This Bouffalant is cursed, though. Whew. We got it, though. We will get it. If we don't run into it by 9, we'll go train some mons, like grind them out. Might as well do that, you know, just not burn myself out by just sitting in this fucking field all night. At least get some other stuff done. Don't care. Fuck me. God, what is that? That's like 2 or 3 times in a row we haven't ran into it. That's worrying. And that's worrying. Come on, Pharaoh Seed. I don't need you. I don't want you. Just leave me alone. Go away. I also am trying to save Landorus as our last Pokemon to catch. I'm not sure if I already mentioned that. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. I think yesterday I wore a plug that was actually a bit smaller. And I feel the stretch. Ooh. Like my right ear is alright, but the left ear always gets a little weird. Ooh. Just need to pull it out and just let it breathe. It's just like, ugh. I feel like I stretch more up in this thinner area. Ooh. Let's see.
Nephos.
Come on, Buffalant. Buffalant. Come on, Buffalant. Buffalant, where are you, buddy? More. Got to get the Buffalant in our veins. Durant. Come on, where are you? Where are you? You're somewhere here. You're hiding in this tall grass. Waiting for me to go, haha. I got you. Here's some safari balls. Try to do a rhythm. Oh, what am I doing? Come on, where's Buffalant? This game's been robbing me like, what? This is our 4th time in a row in the Safari Zone. Still haven't ran into it since the first 2, which were like back-to-back sessions. The way that RNG rolls, baby. RNG, more like RNPU, as in random number few you? I don't know. Should have thought the joke out more. Let's see. Yeah, we got a bunch of Pokemon train up. It's not gonna be too bad of a grind. That one little area I've been at, it's just been pretty chill. Get some stuff at least done on this stream. Come on. Sucks, it's just like a 1% chance. It's the challenge. Spook, spook, spook. Come on, Bouffalant, Bouffalant, Bouffalant? No, no. It's not Bouffalant, but we will get Bouffalant. We will get Bouffalant. I just gotta remain positive and not start just holding the fast forward button and running back and forth. Come on. Also, there's some Pokemon with stones, like that Pokemon I need to evolve with, the Moonstones. Get out of here, Moongoose. Come on. Left, right, left, right. Ah, Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Need my Bouffalant. Man. Cure Blast. Keep getting Cure Blast. Mushroom. God damn it. Dang dong. Oh. Dang dong. The mushroom's dead. Just missing 36 Pokemon. Can someone clip that? Can someone clip the exact movements I did? Just so we have a chance of, like, I don't know, replicating the RNG. I doubt it, but... Oh.
Nephos.
Oh boy. Let's try this. Oh, let me take another hit. Alright. Alright. Let's just go. Motherfucker! I'm curious. I'm just wondering, could I replicate that RNG again? That's what I'm wondering. Like, how did I get that RNG? Like, if I can get that, like... No, you're good. Oh, no, no, no. That's just the way of the game, baby. Your friends at all. Are they a good friend, Shark? Oh, yeah, I should just give up. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I asked ahead. Come on. Oh, I'm just so mad that, like... I'm just so mad, like... like... Like, I got it on the second encounter of that. At least I know kind of, like, what pattern go in. Like, if I want to keep trying for it. But I was holding fast forward, and that's what really... is fucking that up. Man, I was just like so psyched that it just showed up after that long ass drought. Oh. Now it's gone. It's right here. Let's see, go up and down and up. Oh, fuck me. Don't want to catch him.
Nephos.
Come on, we need our damn buffalo. Buffalo. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Buffalo. Buffalo? Buffalo. All I know is buffalo. I'm not even saying the right Pokemon. It's buffalo. 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 Buffa, Buff, Buffalent. It's the North American version, where it's just high as balls because it just keeps doing drugs up its butt. It's too much boofing going around here, in the neighborhood. You know, have you heard of anyone? Well, I guess like people have already probably tried doing poppers in their ass. So, someone doing galaxy gas in their butt probably isn't out of the realm. Yeah, that felt like a weird thing that has came up, I guess, since like last stream and this stream. Is like the like rise of galaxy gas. And that just like got me thinking about like, yeah, how like, I don't think I've told you guys this story, but when I was in China, some clubs would have, like, what is it, the laughing gas, whatnot, or nitrous, and they would just sell it in balloons. So I remember in Chengdu in particular, me and a friend got really fucking, we just did all night, like till 7 a.m. doing them. I don't think we did them I think we probably did some the next night, but not too much. What else? But when I went back, like to Chongqing, I went to a club, and they started carrying them here and there. And so I would go there sometimes and start doing them there. And one night, I did one too hard. And by that I mean I blacked out and like hit the floor. Like you see that like TikTok that's been going around of the one kid in like the red like polo shirt just hitting the fucking floor. I know exactly where he's been. 100%. And it's like, I hope that did to him what it did to me, and that was to not fuck with those things ever again. Aw, Rue. Everyone, send your energy to Rue right now. Yeah, it's... That's for Rue. We miss you too, Rue. We miss you too. I was telling how you're staying strong. To be fair, I think China was cracking down on that stuff. Because you would only find it... Because all the place... I'll send Rue weed. FedEx your weed to Rue immediately. It's a demand. The Rue needs weed fun. So wait, everything else. So, oh wait. But yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure China was not okay with the balloons either. But it was easier, you know, get those through because there was other legit purposes, right? So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about since we last been on. It's like my whole experience with that. Time to pay your yearly Rue tribute. We gotta get the Rue tribute alert or a counter going. Remember, pay your Rue protection fee as well. All right. Let's keep hunting. We sadly have not ran into. We've only ran into this buffalant like 3 or 4 times in the last 2 hours. It's been bad. Like, it has just been pitifully bad. Everyone send as much Dr. Pibb to Rue's address right now. The hurricane took all of the Dr. Pibb from Georgia and just tossed it into the Atlantic Ocean. Please support your local Rue. I mean, that's true, but that's not the Dr. Pibb are part of the casualties, Jack. You don't understand. The Pibbs are part of the casualties. Let's move my mic up. It's like, get myself like talking, sitting up more straight to the mic. Yeah, exactly. You know, it doesn't make them suck less. You know, things are damaged. You know, property gets destroyed. There we go. Eagle Postal Service still works in a problem. Yeah, for real. Oh wow. Yeah, you know it's serious, but the Waffle House is closed. Jack, you don't understand. If the Waffle House is closed, things are fucked. Yeah, like Waffle House, like Waffle House closes for like really fucked up things, like a shooting happening there and like really bad weather. Like there's no power, there's no way they can do their jobs. All right. Oh, didn't get the trigger. Come on. Okay, fuck it. We'll just go train for a minute. Catch some of get our mons leveled up. Nothing happens in my region, just 9/11, race riots, insurgents attempted to overthrow the government. Oh, you know, nothing. You know, just same old, just another day. Just another day in the US of A. It's really nice for me to snow in because my family had a lot of room in our house and an entertainment without power internet. No, I get it. Others don't have the nicest, like, a working fireplace. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was fortunate enough growing up to have a fireplace. And that was a nice convenience, but yeah, like you said, not everyone. And God, we had to cut our firewood and get it all ready and everything. Where your submission? Just yeah. Let's go. Who is this? We got someone involved on stream. Stay Awake Games, welcome. I hope you is well. Thank you for stopping on by. Let me. I should put a alarm with the smoke weed. But I just don't know what. That tastes really good. But I hope you is well. I've been busy with a move. And I don't know, just getting back into it. Thank you for stopping on by. Much appreciated. Hell no, I'd melt. And yeah, right now, 8 p.m. in the sun. The Miley Cyrus song, "Do It." That would be good. I think that would be the route I would want. Is something not directly related with weed, but like, yeah, something like that. You know, like do the weed, but not like weed. Like do it, like you're saying. That's actually a good idea. But yeah, we're just here grinding out our remaining Pokemon that we needed for this Pokédex. Taking a break from going after the goddamn, who is it? Bouffalant. Yes, I have food. I just have to get ice every morning to keep it cold. Yeah, no, it's really rough in Rue's area right now. I implore everyone to send Rue the best vibes, the best energies. Let's see. Where does one find ice? At a gas station. That's where we find it. You just buy like bags of ice. Pretty sure you do the same in Canada too. It's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure. All right. Let's actually go back and switch out. Deposit.
Nephos.
Withdraw. Oh boy. I guess Scraggy would be one. Elm, yeah. Joltik. Guess we get Joltik. It's either we evolve Joltik or we go and try to find a 1% chance Mon. Oh god, of course Joltik's dead. At least Joltik's probably not that far off from reaching max level, if I had to assume. Alright. Also, I just appreciate Swanna just for having surf and fly. feels good. Oop. Weird methods, lol. Valid. I mean, it is. Like, especially when no one can, like, you know, pay easily. You know? Or, like, hey, maybe you have some stuff that's useful for them right now, or some skills that you could offer. It's not that crazy of a thing. It's always never hurt to, like, learn some life skills. Yep. Joltik, the people's champ. Rue, I can't thank you enough for even just spending a little bit of time here in your situation, by the way. Like, power is such a resource for you right now. And even you sitting here, just spending a little bit of time, I much appreciate. Like, thank you. Like, I'm glad. I'm glad I could provide some normalcy again for you. Oh no, Joltik was crap. Who knew? You'll be painting a new mural on his building. Fair. Hey, exactly. You have the skills to pay the bills or do some trades. Oh, damn. So why are we doing this area for training, you may ask? Because everyone's evolved, at least a little bit. And yeah, that's actually it, because everyone's just evolved. And I don't think... I tried to buy the Elite Four, but that wasn't really a good spot. Just because we were just dealing with too many... Oop. Didn't mean to do that. This wasn't worth, like, the grind up there. All right. Thank you so much, Rue. Again, thank you so much for vibing and chilling with us. We all miss you too. I miss talking about curses and placing them on multiple peoples in this world. So, in case, also, a lot of you probably didn't hear it, but the levels are a little bit lower than they actually are in their original game because the power level's so low. So, some of these are actually going to evolve a lot earlier than we were expecting. I found that out with Bisharp. Like, Bisharp evolved at level either 38 or 40 off stream, and I was taken back. Honestly, I could pull up the document and we'll probably find the levels again if I really wanted to. Just heal Volcarona now. Never going to use these potions. Yeah. So I'm hoping Larvaset actually evolves at 38 or 40. Yeah, we sucked the health out. Let's go. Joltik, yeah, just do that. Shit. Honestly, I should capture one of these dogs because it'd be so much quicker to train or like take a level 32 dog and get it evolved one level to evolve into the next one. So I should keep an eye out on that. And honestly, I just need to like double check of like which Pokemon evolve with the Moonstone. Oop. Oh, maybe Joltik will learn a good move one day. All right. Whoops. Second. All right, let's see. There we go. All right, back to a little bit more grinding. And then we'll go after Bouffalant again.
Nephos.
I want to try to get these 3 done. Fuck me. God damn it. And Joltik still doesn't know a goddamn good move. My whole team just got beat by a fucking chipmunk. I guess it happens. It just happens you get beat by chubby cheeks. Thank you, Shark. My God, no. Oh. Ooh. What kind of cupcake is it, Jack? We're all going to judge very harshly. Minimize. Oh God. Sure. Disable. You just want a cupcake. I mean, we're. Oh, you crave a cupcake. Okay. Okay. I see now. I could go for a fudge cupcake with a nice frosted filling. Or maybe, you know, like a good old oh. Frosting filling. Why? Oh, you know me. I just love frosting. I love frosted fillings. You know? I mean, it could be whatever you want, Vile. like these euphemisms haven't stopped you before. No, I had cupcakes at work on a very bussy work festival customer day thing. There's so much bussy going around at the work festival. I gotcha. Yeah, that would make me crave cupcakes too. And I tried to eat a lot, but now I want a lot of them. She wanted a frosted filling. Jack, could you explain? I don't get the joke. Could you go in more detail, please? You know, I need to make sure Shark here understands what is going on. Still, you need to explain to poor Shark here the joke. She wanted a frosting filling cupcake because they are delicious. You know, these facts, they're facts. You do speak facts. Oh, hey, there's a level 32 one. Let's try capture. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. All right, we got it. Oh, watch me not have any. Oh, I don't. Of course I don't. God, of course I don't have any pokey fucking balls on me. Alright, stupid mask. Get in there. I should have just double checked if y'all mask level up via, I'm pretty sure it levels up via level just normal leveling methods, but I should have double checked the little manual. Goddamn, Jack, now I kind of want like a nice dessert. Probably just gonna make me noodles. Let's see. I want larva set to really evolve. I'm hoping he evolves at 40 and not anything higher. Oh, I'm just going to do like a cup of ramen, like shin beef, whatever the fuck I buy. They're pretty good for what they are. You know, cheap out, like cheap instant ramen. Ugh. Fair, hell yeah. Yeah, I need to get back into like prepping and like having different things around. Now that I'm like back in a clean place, well, cleaner, and this place still needs a professional clean down. Once that happens, it would be pretty good. Everyone says that. Everyone wants to help me clean my whole house down. And it's like, I appreciate it too. I really do. Much, much appreciated, everyone. Hey, no, that's pretty good. Double edge. Let's take down, I don't know. And living in it and feeling more satisfaction. No, fair. I get it. Like, I mean, hey, you may be the people into like house building simulator. God damn it, did not evolve at 40. Fuck me. Oh. I don't know where it's evolves. Oh shit. Okay, we just got run. You're gonna get some food? Hell yeah.
Nephos.
That's totally valid. I know after stream I'm probably going to make a cup of noodle. Actually. Let's see. Yeah, let's... I think I had the manual just like somewhere pretty accessible actually. Yeah, here it is. $36. Okay, so it has everyone. Marv. It's like a stupid larv bug. $45. Okay, so we're just 45, or we're just 5 levels away. Oh, god damn it. We do have a 55 level one. Unfortunately. Mandy Buzz is only at level 40. So, like, Ruffaletta as well. And they were notorious for being, like, what? Yeah, okay, Bishop was 42. Glork is going to be 43. Okay. Okay, it looks like 40s. It looks like 40s, unless, like, some of the Moonstone ones that I do need to do as well. Okay, not too bad. We got it's not that bad of a ride. Actually, just because Shark demanded it. We got Zeusy right here. Zeusy. I just wish he'd get on the tree. And that's another thing. I gotta buy another cat tree, like stairs for Sammy. Alright, now I just like fucked up my whole, well, no, I can just hit cancel, right? Should be okay. Yeah, it looks like I'm zoomed back. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. And a hit from Bull. All right. Oh yeah, I didn't even look at Joltik. I'm gonna what? Air Yaw Mask, the two I have right now. 38 for BV. 45 for Clang Clang. 35 for Ferrothorn? Okay, that's, I thought Ferrothorn was pretty high up. 32. Okay, so we got 32 for that. Jelsen's 40. We already got Moong. Trying to see if I'm trying to find who the fuck. Yaw Mask. Real quick. Just going down the list, I'm sorry. 37 for Archachomp. I think Yaw Mask is like near the bottom, if I remember correctly. Mandibuzz, He Armor, Durant, Dino, Zoelis, Hydran, Larvaset, Colbin. Alright, we get into the legendaries and pseudo legendaries. Fuck me. I'll look it up later. Like, I see some of the other, like, I don't know, Pokemon that you would associate, I guess, Yaw Mask category in. But I don't see yaw mass anywhere. Well, wait, I can just control F. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. Totally forgot. I can just. There we go. 34. Alright. Now that we know our goals, we're pretty close to them actually. See, oh, just grind our guys out. Larva set in 5 levels, Joltik in 4. 3 actually. Can't remember. Yamask in like 7, 6. Come on. There we go. Yeah, a little bit more longevity here. Before we pass out from exhaustion and no PP. No more PP going on around here. Alright, Joltik. It's gonna be great that we're going to hit like what, level 30. Joltik still ain't going to learn an offensive thunder move. All right, get back down here. Ah, 3 more levels. Feed me more. Feed me more, your Pokemans. Yep. Fucking Joltik won just because of the goddamn recoil. What the fuck? You missed the cut, but your opponent just took themselves out with the recoil. Just perfect. Oh.
Nephos.
Team's wiped out. Back up here. And repeat. Almost got larva set there. One more. For a firebug here. God damn it. Of course he went out. Fuck me. I was listening to this stupid chubby cheek beaver. That's fine. I don't care. If anything, it just guarantees this Pokemon actually is going to take out some Pokemon along the way. Stupid. Oh, just, yeah. There we go. Alright. Fly back. Heal. This should be Larvitar's or Larvesta's last round. Never mind. Of course. Level 30. You only have 4 more levels. Aww. Rip. Feel like Larv was so close. But just a couple of confused rays got in the way. No, that's my alarm to remind me to take my trash out. Because I need to. Come on. I know we're like 2 or 3 levels. Oh well. Bug bite. At least it's a good move. Oh, fuck me. Alright, we're doing damage as this damn bug finally. His climb to level 38 is not going to be that bad, I guess. Especially if we can just paralyze everyone along the way. Those goddamn squirrels, I swear. Swear to you. Swear. Funny enough, like, this is also kind of where I'm at in Pokemon Pinball. I'm just kind of going back and forth in the areas in that game, just Hey, we got it. Finally. I've been just going back and forth in that, like, trying to get to, like, certain areas in that game. Quiver Dance. Yeah, I can't wait to use Quiver Dance on my opponents. Boost our Volcarona up. Thank you, Shark. Let's do a save. I haven't done save forever. I've not done a hit in a minute. Ooh. All right. Whew. Let's go. Thank you again, Shark. Oh, Zoltik, no. Oh, Yamask, what? Yeah, 4 more levels, Yamask. We got this. 3 more levels, actually. Oh. Love how the game says 200 hours, which, I mean, there's been just a lot of me just like kind of holding it in place and not like doing shit on my end, so like, it's not exactly correct. But I'd say like, definitely over the 100-hour mark. What am I doing? I guess Litwick. Because we can also just use a Firestone also there. Draw. It's fine. Use these fucking Master Ball. Oh wow, I don't have. We'll buy Ultra Balls somewhere. Probably around the Pokemon League. I probably will, like, during Spook Month. Oh, I know I probably will, just, like, in my free time. Probably work on the rest of this dex. Wait, oh, it's so quick. Nope. Just grinding out the rest in the background. Since it's really just going to be me doing this. Like, getting Pokemon certain levels and then using certain items. I guess I could go over the ones that need items. Oh, fuck you, coward. I'm asking there. Two more. think all I got now is lick. Lickwick. Oh my god. I never looked at his back. Oh god. That's just a fucking dick. That's just a fucking dick. I can't unsee it now. Gotta put you in. Unfortunately, we gotta put you in the front. Let's go. Fly. Oh. Yeah. Ugh. Rip. Oh well. It's just gonna happen like that. So some of these mons just learn like a better stab move, essentially. We're almost. Oh, I was just like sure we were on the cusp of it right there. Oh, rip. We're almost there. Get Yamask. We'll evolve some. I kind of want Litwick. What Litwick's? I just saw it. Not that long. Just a second ago.
Nephos.
Okay, 38. Never mind. Okay, we got a while. Oh. These were actually take opponents out. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh my god. So dumb. Yep, rip. Definitely just gonna focus on getting our I guess next set ready. Or evolving item Pokemons. Seven. Wait, what did I do? Oh, it ran away. That's what happened. It's like That seemed like one turn. Alright, Joltik. Of course, Joltik, you miss. Just. Oh, there's a reason why I get up. And just so I can be let down by you. Rip. Alright, Yamask, please level up. Yeah! Look how goofy it is. Look how goofy it is. Let's see. Let's go for some evolutions. Or stone evolutions. Stone. Actually, let's just type in moonstones. Or moonstone. Cannot find moonstone. What do you mean you can't find? Is it one word? Huh. Right? How about we just type in moon? Oh, it's underscore. Okay. Do I even have a Muna still? I don't think I have one actually. I think I traded it. Okay, let's go for finally buy our Pokeballs. They've been ignoring. Oh god. You don't have... Oh. That's goofy, I don't have much money. That's why I've been resetting the Safari Zone. But yeah, I think we may need a... Fortunately... Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure I traded Muna off. Oh, Zeus is grumpy. Zeus is grumpy.
Nephos.
Oh my god. It's like, I need attention. Yeah, we're gonna have to go our World P at some point. For sure we're on 2 first, so grab you. Okay, Muna's the only other one. Pretty sure I don't have a Muna on me. Zeus! I like how nothing will make him happy besides just having all my attention. It's like, no, this food, I think it's bad. Yeah, we're gonna take a little break. So grumpy. All right, we'll take a quick break. Be back with more. Thank you for vibing. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging. Much, much appreciated. And thank you for your redeems as well. I guess I'll get to know my wife for 5 years. And 1 billion people liked it. Whoa. I didn't realize it's down. Well, I mean, yeah, go figure. I don't use it in any any form. All right. Let's go a little bit longer. I'll also get to know that guy's wife for 5 years. Yeah, you will, Jack. Get in there. Destroy, be a home wrecker. Destroy their lives. Who cares? Burn it to the ground. Wrong camera. I'm all for it. Pretty sure Vile's here for it.
Nephos.
We got so many Pokemon. We gotta like get. Well, you're not gonna be so bad, I guess. Yeah, that's right. I need to get myself over to these caves. I should have brought that god to tell, but whatever. Joltix. Thunderwave will be enough. But we will make a save. Oh, come on, we need this damn weirdo. Also hoping my cat. I already caught you, right? Pretty sure I have. Yeah, I have. Thought so. Phew, 291. That's fun. That's almost as good as the area we're in. Oh, hey, Joltik evolved at 32. I read that wrong. Galvantula. Find out if I'm going to have to like probably go through Elite Four to like get some more money. Like when I do continue grind off. Actually get Litwick. I remember the percentage of running into this Mon pretty low. At least it's not motherfucking.
Nephos.
What am I doing? Let me double check. Muna. Oh, I could buy it just to sell it on CD if I really wanted to. I have 4%. Yeah, you know what? Look at my chances. I'm really better off just going to Celadon City and just buying it from the casino. We're going to support Team Rocket and their wicked ways. Yeah. Oh, we need our coin case finally. Let's deposit. I don't think I need the super rod. Which our coin case. Where the fuck it is. I should go ahead and deposit Pokemon now and think about it. Let's go here. Kind of just trying to move my boxes around, make them somewhat fulfilled or filled out. Oh god, I only have 450 coins. Okay, that's not bad at all. Okay, we got this. What is it? It's this one. Oh, there we go. We got it. Those are the. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. And that's the way the game's played. Just sit here, just make sure we get like. Oh shit, we're actually losing money now. Yeah, we haven't hit a jackpot in a minute. Try one more time. Just because I never as a kid got this. There we go. Climb. Alright, we got our cash. We got our dosh. I'm gonna call you Rocket because I bought you for Team Rocket. Because it's easier than just trying to find you legitimate, quote unquote, legitimately. Now let's go over here. Hey, Belle. Welcome in. Welcome back, actually.
Team Rocket rule!
Hell yeah. Let's see. But it's kind of crazy that this has like been my first stream, like, wired. And go figure, it works. It works great. Yeah, funny enough, we just bought this Pokemon from the Team Rocket gambling layer. Let's see. That's... Oh. Who did I put up? Okay, I did. Cool, 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 cool. We gotta bring the alien with us at some point too. Or we'll see. Like I said, like I got 30 Pokemon to still get after, and a lot of them are just grinding. Alright, let's go to the Safari Zone. Oh boy, this Safari Zone, just both in this game and pinball, has been wearing me out. Just because the chances of certain Pokemon are so damn low. And at least in that game, like, it's like a somewhat more fairer. Whew. Whew. But thank you for the hit, Belle. Hope your Monday's going well. I still gotta clean up my area, my place. But I'm just happy to get the stream running and going. And I'm excited for spooks tomorrow. Play some spooky games. A lot of them are going to be on the Switch. It's booty. Aw, I'm sorry. I know it's not the good kind of booty either. I'm glad we are here for your post-work decompression. We're all just been vibing, chilling, wishing Rue the best. Rue came in for a minute. The substance. Well, like, I'm going to assume it's a band because I don't think I've seen or heard a movie called The Substance. It's a movie. Wrong. Ripperonis. Let's see. What's it about? Like, I actually haven't been paying attention to any movies or releases, honestly. The only thing I've been pumped about is the new Juji Ito mini-series that premiered yesterday. And that was cool. Or I guess 2 days ago. And that was a super cool watch. I definitely recommend it to anyone and everyone out there. Jason Demi Moore. and it's one of the most bonker movies I've seen. Ooh, okay. I like that. Okay, you got me. You got me interested. All in one workout routine. Alright. We'll get one more in after. Let's see. I want to at least look after this guy for one more time after this. And my cats are getting cranky. So I'm going to have to go vibe with them. I need to get them to get on this fucking cat tree behind me. But I don't know if they will. Maybe I need to get on the other tree behind me. Maybe Sammy will enjoy that. You know what I've been kind of like craving weirdly lately? Like a chili crunch. Like, I don't know why, but I want like a spoonful of that and I just want the crunch, I guess. I just want the satisfying crunch. Probably not all the spiciness that comes with it, but I just want a satisfying crunch. Body horror? Alright. I'll talk to your friend about Juji Ito too. Well, and that's another thing it has in common with Juji Ito. It's body horror as well. It's on HBO Max, or you can catch it live on Adult Swim. I think every Saturday going forward. Cronenberg-esque. Okay. Sounds interesting. Definitely like that's the thing about like my job, I guess, lately. There has just been dead time. And oh man. Yeah, it's been kind of weird. Yeah, Zuzumaki was super good. Oh yeah, no, it was. It's about to get even better. I'm curious of how they are going to go about it. Like, I'm probably like I'll just watch this first episode. I'm probably not going to watch anymore until they all come out at this point. Just because like me and my coworker started it together, and by the time she and me work again, we will be working together. Or by the time the ending, we'll be popping around. But I've been making people listen to weird albums at work every time I work now. So I made I listened to that Disney pop punk album where they got a lot of pop punk bands to do covers. And that's all over the fucking place. Oh yeah, I've been making everyone listen to it. It's been amazing. It's been amazing just to force people to listen to like bad, weird shit. They didn't like the album. What else have I made people listen to lately that's been so weird? I listened to fucking Oasis Be Here Now. And like, I know I listened to it. I know I heard notes. But I couldn't tell you, like, the songs apart. Like, at some point, like, it blended all in. You know, like, listening, like, stuff like this makes me appreciate something like, Black Sabbath's, was it Born Again or Born Evil? That album. That album's not as bad as, say, as Chinese Democracy by Guns N' Roses. Like, I'm having new appreciation of, like quality when I'm comparing to, like, some of these. I want to really put on Rust. No, Risk. I really want to put on Risk. The worst Sabbath is better than late stage GNR. Yeah, no, like Chinese Democracy, I think weirdly has some good ideas. But a lot of it is just an album that sounds like it should have been released like 9 years before its release date. Like it should have came out in 1999. But for whatever fucking reason, I think there are some good songs in there though. Like I'm not going to sit here and say it's the worst, but I think there is some like good. Belle, if you want to talk about overindulgent, you should go read the pamphlet, the unreleased artwork that was going to go with it, where he writes an essay about the album title. And yeah, I don't know. Just go read it. It's very interesting. All I can really say is like, well, at least Axel acknowledges he is maybe not the person to really go into detail. Just someone who's a observer of Earth, I guess. I don't know. It's a very weird thing. It's I don't know. It's also weird reading about that, like that album, like he already had like kind of album artwork figured out in the beginning, and that like bike and wicker basket is exactly like what he envisioned from the get-go. So like the theming and the I guess tone or whatnot, like I think they all like it's interesting, but then you listen to it then you listen to the album and you're just like, oh god, like some of this, like I don't need funky Axl Rose. Like I forget what song that is, but there's like a whole weird like funk section come in and it's like sleazy Axl going to seduce you. And by the way, this is like KFC Axl, if I remember correctly. This is like everyone's just memeing about him being the Colonel. These days he looks really good. But in that period, he was memed on. I think it was like, welcome to Kentucky, we got fried. I don't know. I know that wasn't that. You rather listen to the Snake Pit / Snake Pit. Oh, I'm not saying listen to Chinese Democracy. I'm saying go read his kind of unhinged essay he wanted to include, but that I think never got included. It's if you want to talk about self-indulgent, like you should go read that. That was Velvet Revolver. It's like Slither. Yeah, that was actually good, cheesy, kind of like sleazy rock. Like I hear some of those songs like in my playlist at work, and like yeah, that still holds up. Like that's still a vibe and like everything. Yeah. Yeah, like, you know, the post like lead singer bands, like that's a fun list. That would be a fun list. Post lead singer bands. All right, Shark, I'll do your hit after I do the squats. like God, they were just on my head. They were just on the tip of my head. I mean, yeah, we got Audio Slave. A really extreme one is Lost Prophets. And that's the most, like, that's the one you save for the end of the video. That's the one you save, like, okay, we gotta talk about probably the most darkest one. I guess you could consider the post-Aussie world, like, Heaven and Hell eventually became its own thing. Alter Bridge was the other one I was thinking of. You know, after Creed, all those members just got a different singer and just formed Alter Bridge. In case you didn't know. I can see that. I can see that 110%. Like, Blizzard of Oz is still... Oh yeah, that's right, it's Halloween. I'm going to play nothing but like appropriate, like... No! Oh god, no, Belle. Belle, like, as someone who's been, like, slowly exploring Black Sabbath's, like, actual discography and not just the first, what, 3-4 albums? Like, I like hearing, like, other people's stuff or opinions about, like, Ozzy or Black Sabbath and, you know, generally being around that era. And kind of, like, watching it all unfold. Dead Kennedy's Halloween's but much better, or is better than Nephos. I need to go listen to it then. Because I am partial to the AFI cover of that song. Halloween, hey, hey. But yeah, no, I started it like last week by putting on like King Diamond's Abigail. Oh, Abigail. Jonathan. Probably gonna put Blizzard of Oz sometime this week. That would be a really good way to kick it off. Also listen to Cross Purposes by Black Sabbath, and watched even like a live video of them all performing that album. There's my controller. Yeah, I'm going to definitely go in to get some Merciful Fate in there. I'm going to finally listen to some Halloween, I guess. Talking about a band I really never listened to yet, hear constantly, not constantly, but hear every once in a while. No, I did not know that's a thing, but you know, we did listen. I did make my coworkers listen to Elvis, or Danzig does Elvis. So that sounds like another thing to put on. I'm also probably going to put on the. Wow, that's rude. Look, I am. Look, my coworker was even. So your thing is just to like play a bad album and let it roll. I'm like, yep. It's like, all right, let's listen to this together. That's why I'm on like this week to actually like do some decent music. So maybe one day we just do nothing but Aussie. Merciful Fate, King Diamond, Halloween. I've thought about it. I know about that album, and what I've been saving that album and the Clash's Cut the Crap. It's bad. It makes me so curious. Like, that's the beauty of it. Like, it's honestly helped me pass my days more, because I am trying to listen to it, but yet it just goes in and out of me. Like, I can't tell you anything about Oasis' Be Here Now. Besides, they have a song where they try to be like Hey Jude by the Beatles, and it goes bad. Sandatista album. Is that the 4-disc one? Is Sandatista the 4? It is? Okay. Makes sense. That's kind of rough too. Reading about it conceptually, like, it's a cool idea. Don't get me wrong. You're trying to give your fans as much as possible. But 4 fucking discs worth of songs. That's... Sure, I'm down. I'm always down for fun facts. We haven't had a fun fact in a minute. We need a fun fact while Buffalant evades us. I'm trying to think of what other albums I've got into. I'm trying to think. There was another work. Oh. We listened to another Guns N' Roses album, actually. We listened to the Spaghetti Incident cover album. And yeah, that's a rough album. There's a lot of really rough covers on that album. Like, you see why these aren't songs that aren't like remembered as knocking on heaven's door. I'm trying to think of who else. Oh no. Probably when I go to bed tonight, I'm going to start writing a list of Halloween themed. We're going to do AFI. We're going to do fucking AFI. What am I saying? We're going to do so much AFI and like typo negative one day. Zeus. Hey, Silver the Wolf 95. How is you? Welcome to our stream. Supposedly, it was supposed to be a more piano-driven album, and they were to record in Jamaica. The Stones that recorded an album were strong-armed out a ton of cash. Locals tried to do that to The Clash, but they were too broke and just left. God damn. Sounds about right that the most popular band one of the most popular bands at the time were broke as shit. We're talking about what's your fun fact of the day, Silver the Wolf. And that was Belleville's fun fact. Let's see, down here. My fun fact of the day is, do you know this Buffalant we're trying to find has a 1% chance? The Clash's history is just super interesting. Like beyond just like the bad era. Even the good era had like a ton of bad shit. That's the one thing I realized like over time is like there was so much like some of them like the most defining music in the world. Like the artists who created were fucking ripped off on in one end or the other. Whether it was just like bad deals they signed or like companies or labels being bought out by one another and like lights or rights ending up in different hands. Hellcats. Huh, I never knew he had like I really never knew about like Hellcat. What was the other band? Like Boombox Radio or Boom Blast? I don't know. The Bomb. It was something with the guitars that was more popular in the UK. I need to listen to more Clash. I just recently started listening to Jose Cotton again. I'm not sure who that is. What kind of genre is it? We just kind of been talking about like, I don't know, bad albums or albums that were kind of weird, and it's been spiraling into like Halloween albums and weird things like that as well. I'm like trying to think of like Halloween music to put on at my job. Have you seen Valley Girl? No, I have not actually. I actually haven't seen quite a bit of movies. I'm sadly uncultured. Slowly catching up at work also. Point to know the song Johnny Are You Queer? I know I've heard that. I feel like I've heard it historically. Like in passing. But no, I don't think that's so. I need to look this up now. I need to also put this in my own Discord. But no, I need a bit look more like stuff to put up and listen to at work. Besides hitting everyone with the random goodbye horses. Putting in that Britney Spears Toxic cover would actually be a pretty good choice also. Let's see. Come on, Bouffalant, Bouffalant. Bouffalant, 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 Bouffalant. We got Bouffalant, we got Bouffalant, we got Bouffalant. I wanted to start listening to her again because I wanted to learn some of her bassist lines. Hell yeah. No, I totally get that. So simple yet dramatically sound. No, I totally get that. Like it's so fun like when you find like a song that you vibe to enough that you just like, no, I want to learn how this is done actually. Wow, we didn't even get one encounter. We didn't get one single encounter in that. Like, I don't know, for me, I remember listening to Constant Motion by Dream Theater and just wanted to really learn how to do that, those riffs. God, I think more recently it's been like, funny enough, like Gay Bar by Electric Six. I love that riff. Kill It, My Idea of Fun by the Stooges, or Iggy Pop and the Stooges. That's a fun one I remember learning recently. Shippensburg by CKY is a fun riff song. Yeah, drop A tuning. Yeah, that will help a bit. Help hit some of those octaves. Funny enough, that the Constant Motion can be done at least on guitar, it seems like. Or at least the version tab I had was a 6-string. But yeah, I know he's more famous for using 7. Pretty sure. I know his Ernie Ball. Well, no. Does he have an Ernie Ball? Or is that the bassist? It's been so long since I've think about it. Or thought about Dream Theater, honestly. Like, I haven't listened to much quote-unquote prog music, I guess, in a long time. Unless you really count, who is it? Unless you really count the Dallas Cowboys. Or Dallas Cowboy. Or, no, the Dallas Cowboys. There we go. I always... And then I guess I've been listening a little bit prog metal. I know most people just like equate them to mathcore and call it a day. It's kind of go-go-ish, whom I love as well. Okay. I definitely look, I need more. I do run stale of my music. But also I'm like kind of trying to just buy more of my music instead of depending on streaming. Joan Jett was and still is the queen of that era though. Oh hell yeah. That's more, it's like my backlog of games. Oh my god, Zeus. He's being so dramatic. Zeusy. Why are you being a baby? He's just wants attention so bad. Alright, Zeus. This will be the last one. And then I'll call it. And I'll go and give you your cuddles. Big nerdy baby. But yeah, we are trying to finish out. In case you're wondering, we're trying to finish out the Pokédex here. And sadly, one of the last Pokemon we need here is Bouffalant, who's only here. I don't know. I like Littleford a lot too. I am now just and just clueless. But I'm glad you all are able to relate and respond. Just makes you need to listen more. I know after this stream, I'm probably gonna just put on some like low ambient vibe dream punk music. That's honestly what I've been listening to the most. It's just dream punk. And like the more like deeper the remix, the better. Like there's one album that got like a quote unquote called like Deep Dream Remix. And it's like it's really cool. But they won't let me buy it anywhere. Like I even like messaged them asking like, yo, where can I buy this? Lita was great, but she was just such a bitch. Mad respect for her though. Lita and Jonah and Jed were the only two runaways that had a career afterwards. Truth. I'm fading, so I'm going to tap out for the night. Nice catching up with you and everyone. Aw. Thank you, Vile. Thank you for vibing, chilling with us. Much pleasant trees to you and your night as well. And I hope you're ready for October tomorrow. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to get our spooks on tomorrow. Let's see. Jonas Gent was more punk. Litafor was more hair metal. Okay. I probably have definitely heard of some Litafor songs, but I'm just blanking out like I usually do. It's like when people say like I've heard of 21 Pilots, and I'm like, no, I haven't. But then I like hear some random songs here and there. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, actually, definitely know who they are. Those guys sound like honestly like legit, like cool people, or at least like very to their roots, playing at like a small ass basement venue in Ohio, like after their stardom already. I have both a love-hate relationship with hair metal. So many iconic sounds, but really set up the death of classic rock era. No, I get that. Very nuanced take. I didn't even think about its like inclusion and how it kind of killed off classic rock. Like suddenly rock became more bombastic is the great way, more excess driven. Like everything seemed like it had to be bigger and badder than the next thing or the other band. I do think that is like, let's see, luckily the grunge era came in and kept it going into the new metal and everything that came afterwards. Yeah, and now we're just kind of like, at least rock and metal is just divided up so niche like that it's both good and bad, and that you can find what you're looking for if you dig. You know, you gotta dig for it. But also it just means there's so much out there as well, or so much is being put out there. Glam and punk killed big rock sound in my opinion, but hair metal was very much a product of this genre. How would you define the difference between like punk, or I mean not punk, but glam and hair metal? Like, is there just more of a bassier sound in hair metal that I'm not really like picking up on versus glam? Oh yeah, like there was definitely, I mean, there was a ton of bands like smaller going around Megadeth and Metallica that were keeping those genres alive, or particular sounds alive. They were just, you know, in like punk's case, it just would not reach the same heights for a couple of years until like pop punk, you know, became a thing, and you started having Green Day, and you know, now it's variations. The undertone, as well as where hair metal was about the imagery, yes, but it was more about the good time party vibe. Fair enough, okay. I guess I just need to go listen to some glam rock in particular and see what's up. Like, and that's honestly what it sounds like. It's like I need to actually go listen to some glam rock. Zeus is crying for me, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But Zeus is crying for me. He's being a big baby. So I'm going to have to end the stream here. Thank you all so much for vibing with me tonight. Again, I'd love to keep going, but he's being a little baby. Oh yeah, me too. No, I could do it too. I wish, but he's my little baby and he needs attention. So we're gonna go I'm gonna go hang out with him. Let me plug the Discord. Feel free to follow if you think we're vibing and cool, or if you got some music suggestions. Oh, thank you. I'm probably one of the very few millennial gen that believes Def Leppard died after the first album. I need to go listen to like Def Leppard more, and like not just like singles, I guess. That's been my thing, and that's what I kind of been trying to do at work, is just listen more like of albums and not just take someone else's word for it, which has been fun to do. It's just been fun, like, okay, I like Better off of Chinese Democracy, but whatever that fucking I Wanna Fuck You song by Alex was, I'm good on. And then let me check my phone. Wherever I put my phone. There it is. Let's see. Let's raid out. And thank you all so much again. Thank you so much for vibing, chilling, lurking, and just hanging around. It's my first time back in 2 weeks, and it's super cool to see so much of you all out and come by and hang. Again, I much appreciate it. I hope we can keep this going. I wanna, like I said, tomorrow we're gonna start some spooky games, so let's get ready. All right, let's go give Sting X2 a raid. Aw, thank you so much. Oh, trust me, I love talking about like music, and like we were literally just talking about like the weird Deep Purple singer era of Black Sabbath, Cross Purposes album. Like, that's a very interesting album if you've never listened to that. And go watch the live performance, because that's just Deep Purple's guy doing like a bunch of classic Black Sabbath songs. And that's a very weird sound if you've never listened to that. I definitely recommend, if you haven't, go check that out. I'm definitely going to post it in the Discord. That was an interesting album. Dio Sabbath was just Dio, or Heaven or Hell. I can see both. True Sabbath was just Ozzy Look, I'm learning there's some okay songs. There's some okay songs from the post-Dio world that I'm like, okay, this is fine. It's not the war, it's not the best for sure. It's not the genre-defining classics. Okay, my cats are angry, but it's good. Dio did after Rainbow was just Dio. Fair. I can see that. I definitely see that. You know, like Heaven to Hell and just Dio in general. Alrighty, I need to raid out. Let's raid Sting X2. Doing a Retro Achievements event right now. So if you're like me and oh, Half Minute Hero. Let's go. Half Minute Hero is such a cool game. This is such a cool. I'm so happy we're raiding into this. Half Minute Hero is such a thing going
Silver the
on.
Wolf 95 has trouble on their mind.
And yeah, let me send you over to Sting. Sting is doing Half Minute Hero 2. Super cool challenge runner. Let's see. Making sure. Alright. And until tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, we'll be here to do some spooks for the spooky October month. I still haven't set up my goodbye screen. Rip. Alright, my cats are super angry. I gotta run. Bye.